Yeah, you know what, guys? I'm just going to go ahead and get on here and start talking. Man, ZBrush Summit is here. Took a little while longer than it usually does. Kind of everything going on and whatnot. You know, it's just kind of crazy. Man, okay. So getting ready to get started. It's not going to start for another half hour, so I can't do anything yet. But I have my scene open and just ready to do something. Hey, how you doing, sis? The one lone watcher. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of crazy. The Pixelogic stream is kind of started with some like pre-roll or pre-stream B-roll sort of stuff, like some trailers and some cool stuff. That's pretty neat. Okay, they're doing some really fun stuff. Hold on, I gotta pull this up. I have got to pull this up. And then what I'm going to do while this is kind of playing, I'm going to turn on the desktop sound so you guys can hear that through the stream. Hold on, not yet. Let's wait for the ad. The ad's kind of a long one. It's really funny. Hey, Prashan. Yeah, so check this out. This is so cool. Look at how they've got like the hosts kind of placed into this virtual environment, and look at how nice that looks too. Like Ian's head is all kind of filled in and everything. That's nice. Oops. In about 30 minutes. Okay, I want to go ahead and turn on the. You know what? I actually don't want to. Let's not stream the stream, so that way we can have a little bit better of a less lag. So yeah, I'll just have this open. In fact, maybe I don't know. I don't want to close it, but it's really nicely. Yeah, it was really nicely done. Hey kids. Hey Davern. Hey Ren. Yeah. So this is the scene that I'll be putting my stuff into once I go through and make it. I've got about 27 minutes until it starts. You know what? I'm going to open up the chat on my iPad so that I can see kind of what's going on. Timmy was like, how long till we can start? And we're like, 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 minutes. And she's like, great, more time for coffee. They must be doing this at Noman, because that's really fun. At Noman, they have this really big. It's in Hollywood. It's the school. It's the best school of visual effects and animation in the world. It's where I teach. And it's just kind of funny. It's like they've got this stage where they do a bunch of presentations and whatnot, and they've got this massive green screen. So I suspect that they are set up in the Lenovo stage and the Noman campus. I'm going through and trying to, holy crap. I'm getting a lot of skipping on my frames, so I'm curious like how well this will go, how clearly this will stream. I kind of want to just, I don't know. I'm worried how well this will go. Um, Settings. Maybe I can get this to stream in like a lower quality so that it's. I mean, I don't need this to be like. Let's take the stream down to 480 or something. 360. Yeah, 480 is better. 480 works. Cool. Yeah, because so I have the way that I have myself set up right now, just to be able to talk about this, get this going a little bit. I have my computer, I have my extra screen, and then I have the stream, like the actual live stream going on my iPad right here. And that should help me keep an eye on when it is that I can start. I don't even want to. This is just like a fresh open of the scene. This is how the scene opens up. Um, the biggest thing that I've done so far, I've sketched my brains out trying to figure out what my idea is. So hopefully we can hopefully we can really bring this in to full fruition, because I haven't been able to practice it at all. Usually I would go through and do practice runs, and I would run it and run it and run it, like a good 3 or 4 times minimum, to be able to kind of get my process done. Um, the um, shoot. But yeah, I haven't really had time to be able to practice. So really, what I've just done is kind of just plan myself, basically, what it is that I want to be able to do. I had my idea. I have my idea worked together. I did drawovers of screenshots of the scene in Procreate, so that way I can have a sketch and an idea, a concept put together for myself. And then I have it's, it's just kind of funny. I tried to do all sorts of reference, and I didn't really get the time to do the reference that I wanted to be able to get. Um, It'll work. It'll be all right. It'll be fine. I just got to lower the stream's audio because it's a little bit loud for me. I'm trying to think what else. I should probably grab the power cord so that it's not going to die on me. In fact, that might mean just taking the iPad, moving it a little bit more out of the way, but that works. It should work. It should be fine. Power cord is good. Power cord, not the music cord. Just CORD. Cord. Water is good. I have water. I should be good on water. I've got snacks. I've got like all the wrong kind of snacks. It's all carbs, and so I'm going to be either like super thirsty, which is fine because I got tons of water. And if I have tons of water, I'll be super needing to use the restroom, which is just around the corner. So it's not a big deal. Gosh, I'm trying to think of what else. Other things that I did to be able to prep for this, to be able to get started. And in fact, I'll go ahead and I'll kind of keep writing while I'm while I'm here. I'm trying to go through and prep my audio, or not my audio. Sorry, my text. Let me see. I don't want to show you guys the text because I don't want to give anything away. I want this to be something of a surprise. But I'm going to have it on so that it's fine. But I'm going to have it on. I'm going to kind of work on it while I'm here talking to you guys. Man. How many of you are participating? I see that there are 6 people currently clocked in. Got 1 person over on YouTube and 5 over on Twitch. Nobody connected on Facebook, but that's okay. Whoops. Didn't want to do that. All right. But yeah. It's a lot of fun. I love these sorts of challenges. Usually the Sculpt-Off happens on Friday. Like back when this was done in person, it would go that we had the Sculpt-Off on Friday, and then we had presentations Saturday and Sunday. But now, this year anyway, it seems like maybe they did the same thing last year too, where they did the Sculpt-Off on a different day, and then they had everything else go in the middle of the week. And it's just like, what? They're talking about, oh, there's a participation award. Way to go, guys. If you're participating, you get a participation award. So it's talking about how XMD, they're giving out the Toolbox 3.0 plugin system for free. It's a $70 value full of brushes, alphas. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, we got the judges. So we've got John Brown, Joe Mena, and Phil Hale. I don't know Phil Hale or John Brown, but I do know Joe Mena. Joe Mena is a good friend of mine, so yeah, he's really good. He's the head sculptor at the U.S. Mint, which is really cool. Really nice guy. Let me see. Let me see. What are you guys up to? How's your weekend going? What are you most excited about with the summit? Have you guys seen the schedule? The schedule that they have listed. Monday is going to be really good. They've got Paul Chavago talking about dentistry, which is really kind of interesting. You know, functional art, right? It's an artistry to be able to help people better their lives in a very direct, hands-on way. It's not really hands-on. It's kind of cool. Dan Catcher. I don't know who Dan Catcher is, but then they got Sideshow Collectibles, which that'll be super cool. Bungie. Okay, Bungie's a big one. Bungie is one that I think they did at the last time they did the summit. They did a presentation in person, and hey, Palmatinosen. Yeah, something to really sink your teeth into. Yeah, it's really funny. And it'll be interesting to go through and see. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Okay, so there's a, okay, I want to show this. This is neat. Um Let me see if I can find this thing that they're showing right now. They were showing just a second ago a super cool okay, ZBrush Summit Artist insights, now streaming contestants. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Look at this. Okay, so tons and tons and tons of people here. Everybody I recognize some of these names. Okay, so some of the people I recognize: Harry Mandibles. That's my buddy Chris. Igor. I know an Igor. I don't know if it's the same Igor or not, but you know it might be. Danny Williams. That's awesome. That'll be super cool. Let me see. I know a Ben. I don't know if it's the same Ben. Ara. I know Ara. I'm pretty sure it's the same Ara. There are only so many Aras out there. George Crudo. I know him. Monica. Love her stuff. She's really neat. I'm probably passing people, and I'm like, even people that I recognize, and I'm just like, oh, I'm just gonna go. So Ara is a hard surface sculptor. He does a lot of cool hard surface stuff. Andreas, I wonder if that's the same Andreas from Italy that I know from the Sculpt-Off from like 5-6 years ago, whenever it was. Hey man, Art. That's kind of fun. Irene Dima, Steve Suh. That's cool. So many people. Batman Pop-Tart. He won last year. This is my buddy Jamie. I worked with him at Imagineering. He's really cool. So he'd be a fun one to kind of. Here, let me share this. Let me share this link with you guys, because you know why not? You deserve it. Yeah, it might be Igor Kato or it might be somebody else. I'm not sure. There are a couple of. I guess there are a couple of Igors that I've met. Not the same Christoph, but I know one. Layla, cool. Anna, no, I'm just kidding. Let me see who else. Leon J. Ponce. Pablo Garcia. That's kind of fun. Deborah, are you sure you're not doing this, Deborah? Sorry, it's just funny. Cameron Farn, he's pretty cool. He does monumental sculpture. Prashan, there's my buddy right there. MJ Sculpts, I don't know who that is. Ryan Kittle's son, that's interesting. He'll probably do pretty well because he does a lot of this sort of stuff. It's interesting. I wish. Hey, there we go. There's me right there, guys. I see myself. Cameron Farn's in there twice. Wow. So in case you wanted to be able to watch him twice, you can watch him twice. But yeah, there we are right there. That's exciting. Here, let's go ahead and take a screenshot of that bad boy. Boom. Boom, boom. Save it to downloads. Yes. Cool. Double the odds. I don't know if it's doubling the odds per se, because it would be the same stream, hopefully. But the thing that he would be doing is he'd be doubling the output for audience possibility. You know, for myself, I'm streaming to 3 platforms technically. Everybody who's watching right now is just on Twitch, and then we've got you know, YouTube, and then we got Facebook as well. So you know, stuff. Stuff. Gonna go ahead and open up the stream again, kind of be able to have that playing in the peripheral. And oh man, does anybody have any questions about what's going on? I'm feeling kind of like antsy pantsy right now. Like, actually, I think this might have taken me to the wrong spot, but we'll see. Oh, hey, look at that. Why is this streaming me? That's really funny. Interesting. Okay. That's really funny. uh, Award-winning software. It's funny that it was streaming mine. Hopefully it's not something that's like crazy. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know. But yeah, I mean it's still showing my screen. Is it supposed to be doing that? Yeah, screenception, yeah. Mucho éxito. Gracias, amigo. Hermano amigo. Javier, ¿verdad? Ah, chuta. Ya, gracias, amigo. ¿Vas a participar también? It's like I don't want to like change my screen now. Got the sponsors, artist insights. I do really like this though, being able to come in here and see this. Let's check out the judges real quick. Oh, there we go. Okay, it changed to somebody else. That's good. We'll take that. Because that was weird. Oh, it's Danny Williams up on here right now. So I wonder if this is something that he's referencing. But yeah. Really, really cool. So John Brown. Let's check him out real quick. Figures in focus. It looks like he does some collectibles style work. He does a lot of like hard surface stuff. Although his hard surface stuff is, it's possible that it was all kit bashed. So I'm bringing just different little random bits together to be able to. And you know, I think he actually has a check that out. That's pretty cool. James Marsano. I love James. He's a good buddy of mine. Although I haven't been in contact with him for a while. Poor guy. Thank you, Spartacus. Are you playing too? Are you coming to play? Tom Holy, junior model at ILM. Man, if that's junior stuff, I don't know. Eric Keller, he's a good guy. I've taken a ZBrush class with him before, and actually I've taken one from him too. He also teaches at Noman. Oh, ran to the end of that. Gallery 1, Gallery 2, figures and focus art, something like that. Okay, this is inside of Noman. This is pretty cool. Am I able to? Oh, okay. I can kind of. Oh, this guy's cool. Look at that. Like the subtle plane changes and everything for the musculature. Still very much a beginner. Do not have many hours in ZBrush, so not likely. That's funny. Yeah, I feel like these sorts of activities are great because there's so much less pressure. But dude, I appreciate the support. I mean, I'm sure anybody who's lucky enough to have you drop in on their feed, it will be lucky to have you. Okay, so a lot of his stuff is super sculptural. I love this boxer right here. Like, I love how the musculature is in there, but then you can feel the way that he moved the clay around. Super neat. Super, super neat. I remember seeing this one in person, and I think I've seen these boxers too. They're really, really cool, and I love the way that it's just pushed. You know, it's. I've got a couple of ways that I can go through and do things like that in ZBrush. Okay, so that's John Brown. Here's a little bit of Joe Mena. Oh, he's got it on ArtStation, huh? Okay, so he's got a bunch of his collectibles that he's done through the years on here. Lots of really, really neat work. And he's got a range of style too. Like the stuff that he does for himself is very, very different than the stuff that he does for professional work. Like you can see his Boba Fett bust here is super, super clean. And like really, just really clean shapes and everything going into it. Um, Whereas a lot of his other stuff, like his personal stuff, let's see if we can find like a good example of his personal work. Um, that's like a Harrison Ford bust that he did. Let me see. Well, this is another personal sculpt that he did. Let's see. I don't know. There's some other stuff that he really, really likes to do that I don't see here. Maybe it's just stuff that he was doing as like studies, and he didn't actually finish it and post it or anything. But which, that happens, right? We all have those things that we're going through. We make it and we don't finish it. That's pretty cool. Black Panther. I guess this is kind of an example where he's going through and sculpting the Hulk, but like in pose. Lots of really kind of clay-like. Oh, here's kind of a good clay sculpt bust, here that he did. Um, oh, it looks like he was using Pablo's clay brushes for this one, so but he's super good. He's fun. Let's check out Phil Hale. I'm gonna close down these other screens so we don't have to worry about. Oh, I wasn't expecting an illustrator. That's interesting. That's interesting. Oh, they're talking about Crazy Story and I missed it. Oh, we got about 3 minutes. So now's a good time for everything to be kind of like set up. I'm going to go ahead and close this down. Let's close this down too. I don't need it open. Um, you got it. Got his material. Cool to use. I haven't dug into his new materials and stuff as much yet. I did get them. I just haven't really dug into them quite as much as I'd like to yet. I gotta try at some point. I'm gonna turn up the volume real quick just to be able to hear them when they say go, and then I can say go, and then we'll go. A lot of what I tried to dig into were some of these. Let me bring my chat back over here to this to the side where I'm used to seeing it. One of the things that I tried to do to really get ready for this was that I yeah, we still have a minute and a half until we can get started. So whatever, we're getting there, we're getting close. But one of the things that I tried to do was dig into my light box and dig into the different resources that there are here. So we've got like these different meshes that are in here. We've got different tools, okay, which I'll probably be digging into these right here, because that's going to be helpful to me. I'll be digging into, we got like the brushes. You can go ahead and look through the brushes. These are super helpful because there are some really good things that you can do with them, right? And they're all there. They're all part of ZBrush, so it's great. Noises are great, and this is something that I've learned early on in my experience with ZBrush. is that these noises are great and they give you cool detail, but they slow down your machine. So the big thing that I try to do with noise is I try to wait to apply it until later. Right now, this scene is insanely loaded with all sorts of, you can see like all the noise, like all the cool grunge and everything going into all the pieces. The first thing I'm going to do is get rid of those noises. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right, 3 hours. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Boom, boom. Okay, here we go. First thing we got to do. I am going to, well, technically we don't need to worry too much about any of this, but I'm going to start up here at the very top piece, okay? And then I'm just going to come down here to surface, turn off noise. And as we go down our list, and this is one of those things that like it takes a minute, but it's so nice. Okay, there we go. Cool. So now we can take this, we can get rid of that. Okay. So now we got, this is the full scene. This is what we have. And so now that I've turned off all that surface noise, it moves around so much better. This is one of those things that I when I was playing with the scene, I discovered I've got to turn that stuff off or I'm not going to be able to do anything. Let's go ahead. I'm going to say append. Let's get started. Let's grab this. I'm going to say clone. Actually, let's do this. We'll say this, and then we'll go ahead and we'll grab our little sphere. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play. It's kind of funny. I love like having the what's it called, the stream going in in the peripheral, because it really makes things kind of nice. Just check and make sure that I've got some of these things going on in here. One of my bits of reference. In fact, I was struggling last night because I've had this sitting on my table since last night, and I almost picked it up and started eating it. I was like, no, this is the apple that I need for my scene. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's funny to listen to everybody guess on the stream, because um, I don't like having the screen this dark, so I'm going to make it a little bit lighter. And this material is kind of hard for me to work with, so I'm going to change. Oh no! Oh, did they limit everything? I just want the basic material. Where's the basic material? Shoot. Oh no. You guys, is the basic material. Ah, gosh. I can't believe that. Salut. Comment ça va? Let me see. One of the things I got to try to keep track of is like how high points relate, things like that. I'm trying to like keep an eye on the chat and everything because it's fun to have people to chat with and whatnot. So I apologize if you guys say something and I don't get to it like right away. Talking about Julie. So, just for anybody who is not aware, Julie is a base mesh inside of ZBrush, and it's really kind of funny. Louis Tucci, who's one of the hosts right now, great guy, love him to death. Good buddy of mine. Uh, he he had brought a mannequin to kind of co-host with him in this in the ZBrush Summit a few years back, and it got to be this thing where he was. Oh, here, let's get rid of. Let's kind of narrow this down. Let's get the geometry. We'll delete lower. Okay. Um, stem. All right. Let me see. Let's go reconstruct subdivisions, and then we'll get rid of the higher because that's a little bit much. I wonder if they got rid of. Well, I mean, this is Lightbox, so this should be fine. Brush. We're gonna go into smooth. Let's go smooth stronger. Let's get this until next restart. Oh, how about that? So somebody going through and doing a bunch of Z modeler stuff. For my idea, I'm not going Z modeler. In fact, I'm going and playing a completely different game from anything that I typically do. Um, I usually like for these types of competitions and things, I will usually try to. Um, oh, you know what? That's another brush I need to load in. Um, the other thing that I will usually do is I'll usually play my own game. I'm a stylized artist. Um, and so going through and trying to play the realism game, it's not one that I feel like I do super well. But oops, that's really strong. Oh, Layla's participating. Okay, so it's that Layla. Yeah, Layla is a new member of the stream team. Yeah, let's go ahead and kind of. Let's Dynamesh this. This is. There we go. Let's see. Let's come in here. A lot of what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get some good like angles to this stem so that it feels like it's designed, but that it still also has like a little bit of that natural sort of look to it. So we'll come in here. We'll kind of play with some of this, the way that this stem kind of comes out. I kind of like that triangle sort of effect. Okay, cool. We'll go through. So far, so good. It does feel like it's up a little high, like it could use a little bit more of a twist and something like that. Um, it's like I'm trying to keep my brushes that I use to like a bare minimum. Like I don't feel like I need anything super fancy to be able to get my job done. Just trying to have fun with it, right? Ah, you're right. I am muted. Shoot. Oh, thank you guys. Okay. Now it's time to go in and load. Um, I want to load these meshes. I don't want to load them in this way. And so, because like if I were to double click on this, it would reset everything. I definitely don't want that to happen. In fact, I'm going to go through, hit save as. Okay, I'm in here in this. Let's go through and save this sculpt off 2022. Or maybe we'll do 2022 sculpt off. That way it's in order in case I somehow get a different year in the same file. I don't know. Okay. So the way that I want to be able to get to these files is I want to load tools from project, because then I can navigate over to this. So we have to go into the Pixelogic folder, ZBrush, ZData, maybe Z projects. Yeah, Z projects. So here we go. We got the female and we got the male. So let's go ahead and we'll load in the female. Okay. The topology is rubbish. Okay. That's rubbish. It is a base mesh, so I mean it's not meant to be absolutely perfect. All I need is the hand. Let me see. Oh, come on. Okay, let's come over here. Let's say delete hidden. I don't particularly care for this, so I'm going to try. I'm guessing that the male is the same way, like where it's just messy. That is quite messy. Like the body and the head look pretty nice, but the hand doesn't look too great. I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't like it. Same rules as the other Summit supply, where you can only allow pre-made assets if they're loaded with ZBrush. Correct. Yes. Yep. That's correct. So, I mean, I'd love to use my own base mesh because I feel like it's so much better. But whatever. I'll kind of play with what we've got. Let's go into the Z tools. Might not be in there. Let's go into the Z data. Let's see. And I mean, it might be worth. You know, let's go through. Let's cancel this lightbox. Let's check this out again. See if I can find. Because underneath tools, this is where we've got this Julie. Well, I guess technically I don't need to load that in as a different thing. I can go ahead and load that in here. Similar problems. I mean, it's not super refined, so it might be worth just using this then. Here's what I'll do. I'll grab this. We'll come over here into this file. We will say append. Oh, there it is. I was like, where did it go? Don't know what they're talking about with like a Batman something or other. Yeah, I've always hated the pre-made hands on these Yeah. Ooh, we can get hats on the store now. Okay, so here's what I want to do. The nice thing is that this doesn't have to be super clean hand. It's just something that's supposed to feel sculptural. I don't want to worry about the side of the hand that I'm not going to see. So I'm going to, let's take this and kind of rotate. Let's see if we can like mush this around, because I think that this has some potential to it. I just think that it's missing some rhythm. Oh, right now Paul's giving some good tips on learning software. Um, oh, I wish that this could be. So no, it's not going to be the apple from the Garden of Eden. Good guess though. I'm trying to think. Let's go through. Let's say Control Shift D. I'm going to say man hand. Woman hand. So with this, let's go ahead and take it and boom. And then I actually want to have this be mirrored. But one of the things that I was thinking about is that since it is since it is an apple and it's between a man and a woman, that it could be like one of those one of the things that kind of just fits and helps to support the idea. Give it a quick read. Let's change our mask. Yeah, the hands, they're not great, but they this actually might not be too bad. Okay, good. So the AccuCurve is not on anymore. That's great. Okay, let's start making this hand feel more masculine. They're looking at my screen now. So I figured I'd just, wave in the very least. They're talking about their first sculpt in ZBrush. My first sculpt in ZBrush was this horrid demon guy. It was like super miserable. Okay, let's get rid of. I gotta fix some of these things right here. Like these, this topology here for the fingernail is miserable. You know what? Let's actually just keep it, and then let's kind of pull this in. feel like I've like lost a lot of my um that's quite miserable. Max on, max off. Yeah. I agree with what they're saying. So what they're saying is like, what it is that you're trying to do for personal projects and everything. It's totally worthwhile to. It's funny, they're like zooming into my screen now. It's kind of funny. They're talking about how sometimes we go through, we have high expectations for ourselves as artists. We have, if we're working on something, it's not quite working out, just take a step back, let yourself kind of breathe for a minute, come back to it at another time when you feel like you might have fresh eyes and you can kind of look at it again. Um, it's kind of funny. You can see like all the little screens going through the uh, the general um, the general stream. It's really pretty fun. Oops. He's talking about how like if I were to have done an animal, I'd have done an animal in action, and it's like, well, why? I mean, so long as it supports the theme, I mean, I guess that's cool, but you know, it's funny. I got to make sure I keep track of the time. It's already been a half hour, guys. Holy smokes! He likes the red wax. Brush. I'm gonna use some auto masking here. Let's use the back face masking. Just kind of chunk up these hands manually because, and you know what? I don't know that back face masking feels like it's working quite the way I'd hoped. So let's go through and we'll just turn off that back face masking there. Let's go through and kind of get some of this stuff going on in here. One of the things that I need to be very careful of. Oh, come on. I feel like I'm so incapacitated now because I'm used to working on my Cintiq now that I have for work. Okay, that's looking a little bit better. What I might do is that always someone has to overachieve. Yeah, for sure. Shoot. Make sure that has a different color from the other piece, so that way it's easier for me to be able to differentiate these poly groups. And heck, I'm just gonna like do a rough poly group for that thumb. Oh no! There we go. That's better. Here, let's go ahead and we'll kind of try to work on boosting some of these. Wow. They're funny. I think I keep starting to say something and then I stop saying it. And then I lose track of what in the world I was saying. I'm just like, good golly. Focus. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Where it's like I go through and I'm working, I'm doing stuff, and then I forget what I'm doing. Take a selfie. Show how you are watching the ZBrush Summit. At my messy desk, you know. Gonna get my hat on. I'm in the wrong mindset right now. That's so fun. Let's see. Let's see. Bring this down and boom, something like boom. Maybe I need to rotate that a little bit. It's like one of the things that I mean, I have to do this stuff all the time at work, but I'm so used to doing it on my Cintiq. I'm having a hard time adapting back to my regular Wacom tablet. It used to be the other way around, where it's like I used to be so good with the Wacom tablet. Like going to a Cintiq, I almost felt like I couldn't. Okay, 2 fingers down. Let's see. Let's do this. It's like I hate the topology on that finger. It's like, good grief. Okay, so this finger, I'm trying to look at like my hand as reference, and this definitely needs to like turn down quite a bit. I'm going to go ahead and, since I'm here, I'm just going to go ahead and bend that other knuckle down. Yeah, it's like we're working with some really crazy talented ZBrush artists right now. I don't feel like I'm super pressured. I want to work. It'd be cool to win. I guess one of those things that would be super fun to me. But I'm not feeling like super pressured in any way, and you can tell that my sculpt is reflecting that. But it's here. I'm gonna go ahead. I don't like having the fingernails all separate now. I'll just make it so it's all one thing, and maybe I'll just sculpt them in later as I feel like I need to. It's funny. I'm like super focused. I apologize, guys. Like this is I am nervous if New Lady Liberty. That's funny. They were talking about how they were not expecting to see animals. I feel like they're seeing animals a lot more than they were expecting to see animals. It's like they were thinking that animals were going to be so uncommon and whatnot, and it's like it seems to be the most common. Kind of interesting. I thought about doing something with like a lion. I love lions. That'd be cool. Is there a theme? Yes. There are six themes. It's funny because it's like usually they'll go through and they'll have like this really cool kind of open-ended sort of theme, and I love that. I love being able to have um yeah. So there were six themes. There was Zen, um, gosh, bravery, rebirth, unity, strength, and honor. I was like, shoot, what are the other ones? I can't remember. um, and they're fun. It's interesting, and it's one of those things that I feel like personally, um, yeah, so usually it's a really open-ended theme that you can go through and you can kind of think through, be really creative with it. And now it's like six themes, so it's like decision fatigue. It's like there are too many things to weigh out, and it's just it's funny they're talking about how like people going through and measuring and placing it in the environment, checking it against the environment and everything like that. And it's like I'm not. Uh, but the reason I'm not is because it makes it a lot easier, makes it a lot lighter. I know that my idea is going to fit, and I know that it's going to be easy enough to fit in. Um, it'll be interesting to see. Rebirth is one of those that I had some cool ideas for. Um, Got to kind of fill in this little gap here. It's funny to hear them try to guess the themes and everything. Okay, so I need that index finger to straighten out and kind of come up a little bit further. Oops. Whoa. You guys check out the general stream. Paul visits one. That's fun. That's kind of fun. Ellis Island, huh? Ooh. Come on. I'm having troubles with some of my things here. Oh shoot, I didn't want to do that. Let's do it this way. Just make the hand a little bit easier to select. Okay, let's see. Right here, I'm going to try to like push on some of the shape. Louis would take in a model from outside of the application? What? Florence too. It's fun to I feel like I'm not saying anything and it's like does anybody have questions? I'm not used to streaming and not having somebody say something. It's kind of funny. We just let you do you. I'm liking this. I'm going to go through and kind of reset my save as to save project so that way it's yeah, okay. So this is starting to look pretty cool. It's too tall currently. And the fingers are like super weird. Let me see. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You know what? I'm going to go through and I'm actually going to duplicate this hand. Let's duplicate this other hand and take it up. Let's see if we can get some kind of like maybe Bernini hand or something. I think I'm going to ride with Paul on this one, Ian. Oh, it looks like they're showing kind of like a Bernini-esque sort of sort of piece. Let me see. I'm going to try to get a little bit more skinny on these fingers. See, these knuckles are a little bit much, so let's try to like... I want to make these fingers... I want to make the woman's fingers like much more delicate. Let's kind of rotate this up a little bit. Oh, it's a little bit too much. Let's make it... You know what? I'm thinking I might take this and kind of move it down some, and then I kind of want to take this part of the finger down here and kind of rotate it up just a smidge. Next year's show from Florence. Pull this over here to the side. Now, compositionally, this is where I need to try to figure out, because like it's very vertical. I want to add kind of a little bit more dynamic sort of a feel to it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab, here, let's take this, we'll say delete. We'll take this other man hand, we'll make it man hand. Oh my goodness. You know what, let's go ahead, we'll say transpose all. I'm going to rotate that down. And then I want to take the woman's hand. Yeah, let's look at this. Look at this composition from above. Kind of get this hand so that it feels like it's something like this more, maybe. Just make it slightly smaller so it feels more feminine. Kind of play with this. Talking about the transpose line, that was. It's still a tool I use a ton, but I also use the gizmo quite a bit. So it's like, it's one of those things where it's like you got to pick your functionality. And there are some opportunities where you get that functionality a little bit quicker, a little bit more easily inside of the gizmo than you do with the transpose line. So yeah, it's just all about kind of picking your battles and figuring out how you can most easily get to the functionality that you need. Okay, the nice thing, one of the really, really nice things about Okay, I'm liking this a lot better now. One of the things that I went through and explored and experimented with is rendering inside of the scene. The rendering inside of the scene is really, really quite simple, and I'm going to do one thing to make sure that the scene isn't takes too long to render. I'm going to you come over here to your render settings, the BPR shadow. They have some really cool settings already set up for you. So the raise and the angle specifically, it's great. I'm going to leave everything the way that it is except for this resolution. I'm going to change this down to like 512. It doesn't have to be anything too big. And then you hit BPR and you watch magic start to happen. It's going to take a minute because it's a little bit heavy, but you know, it'll be something. So that's what it ends up looking like. It's all the lighting and everything. It's already worked out. And the other thing that I did is I already set up, let's go into timeline, we'll say show, we'll hit load. I added, let's resize the document. I've got a few views here to be able to showcase things from that specific view. Okay. just so that I can already have like some ideas about how I want to showcase this. And I tried to pick out views that were cutting out the background so that I can see like the environment and I don't see an empty background behind it. Interesting. A little under 2 hours left. Time for an oatmeal pie. Yeah. These are totally like one of my guilty pleasures. It's such a. It's stupid. Too much sugar. Mm. Mm. I am good guilty pleasure. So we're a little over an hour into this. A little less than 2 hours left. Something I try to keep in mind. The nice thing about this particular challenge, I don't have to worry about setting up lighting. I don't have to worry about setting up a render. I've already got my views worried about um all I have to worry about really is getting my things sculpted and put into the scene. Um, all that's going to be fairly simple, fairly straightforward. You know what? I think what I might do, since I'm working on this piece separate from the scene, I might go ahead and just bring back my hotkey for save Z tool. Um, Here, let's go ahead and say let's go through. We'll say Control S to be able to reassign that hotkey to save as. And then we'll go through and name this. We'll say 2022 sculpt off 001. That's true. I do have to worry about posting, but I've already kind of started writing up my thing. So it might be a matter of I kind of liked it better where it was, so let's kind of leave it where it is. Yeah, it's funny. It's like, okay, so they're talking on this stream right now about how they're impressed that people are getting up and taking breaks, and I personally don't take breaks as often as I should. But especially during a competition, is like, nah, if I'm doing a competition, I've got to sit down and working my way through it. um and it's just kind of funny to hear them talking about people taking breaks, and it's like, good golly. Even during just general live streams, I'll forget that I'm streaming. um I will forget that I am streaming, and I'll often be sitting in my place for like 4 or 5 hours without even getting up. It's definitely not something to wear as a badge of honor, because you need to take care of yourself. But it definitely happens. Okay, so right now, this piece is kind of interesting because compositionally, I've got the hands kind of going down here. Let's take a screenshot of this so that we can see it from like the composition view. Okay. We have the composition of like the hands going down toward the apple, which is kind of the central connection point of these two hands. Um, but compositionally, it feels somewhat off balance. And so one of the things I'm wanting to um, try to do is I do want to add in a leaf for my apple. In fact, I want to go through and kind of play with this stem a little bit too. Um, but I want these to feel like there's kind of a directionality to it. I want it to feel like, it's a little bit too even. Oh, and this sculpt right here that they're showing right now, they're definitely sculpting to the camera, which is really cool. Very cool. I like watching and seeing kind of what it is that people do. Let's go ahead and add in a polysphere. No, not a polysphere. I don't want a polysphere. Um, insert. There we go. Sphere 3D. That's what I want. Come on. Insert sphere 3D. Let's turn this off. Okay, there we go. So Something kind of like that. We'll say, oh, I didn't want to say split hidden. Dang it, I wanted to say delete hidden. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the cloth pole. That's feeling very I'm gonna like lower that resolution quite a bit. Let's come in here. Let's say ZRemesher. Boom. Okay, let's take this. Let's make this work. It's funny, like I wonder. It takes a lot of strength to get old. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll turn on that dynamic thickness. I feel like having that leaf out there to that side, this might go through and create a little bit more of that balance, because we got like this little angle here, we got the little angle here from the thumbs, the way that these forms are kind of coming together. I think this will work. Let me see, let's go ahead and grab the stuff. He's conversating with some people. Something I didn't look up that I wish that I had was apple leaf shape. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bend this leaf a little bit. Uh-oh. Internet was having a little bit of a struggle there for a second. I was like, uh-oh, what's going on? Ian's like, you can already see it's David inspired. And I was like, that's not David inspired. That's a little I don't know what to call it. It's super cool. It's got all the color in there. Another one of my favorite snacks, mango chilies. Ooh yeah. Well, chili mango, I guess. In fact, maybe I'll just take the rest of these pieces out. Got another bag in there if I decide I want some more. Thanks, Ian. Yeah, the guy with no spare time. That's absolutely right. It's funny. I really like those guys. I've always appreciated them and their friendliness and this. I think this is like getting too windy wavy. Yeah, I was on. They are team hype. They really are. Okay. Okay, the woman's hand, it doesn't look too bad. I do need to do some cleanup with the knuckles. That's true. That's a good point. Okay, so right now, like they're saying on the stream, on the group stream, on the big general stream, I'll say, we're coming down. We're about halfway through now. So a lot of what we want to be able to start doing is really, I mean, I've been going through and I've been kind of refining forms and I've been trying to figure things out from these sorts of standpoints. There's a lot to think about when you're sculpting something, especially something that's supposed to be kind of genre specific, if you will. Um, That's kind of funny. It's kind of interesting because, like, when I was reading through the rules, I had understood that you weren't allowed to use anything other than the regular materials. I might use like some other materials to be able to sculpt and see what I'm doing. But the lighting isn't supposed to change. The materials I was understanding weren't supposed to change. You could only use what ships with ZBrush. So I'm curious to see what they decide to pass. Mount Rushmore, that would have been a funny one. That crunch seems like it really goes across the microphone. Okay, I'm curious. Maybe I'll stop eating the crunchy stuff while I'm while I'm streaming, because that's loud. So I'll get another oatmeal pie. Okay, I'm going to come over here. I'm going to say close holes. I'm going to do the same thing for up top. Just so that this way I've got these full pieces. And I'm going to say apply. So this way I can go ahead and I can start getting a little bit more sculpted in here. Halfway through. feel like I'm trying to go through and get some of this anatomy in here, but I want to try to get it in there in a way that feels natural. Some of this gets to be really tricky. Okay, I'm going to try to like push this around a bit. I'm just using a lot of like clay buildup right now, and right now I'm working on kind of refining forms. A lot of what happened, hold on, give me a second. A lot of what happened, thanks Kareem, how you doing? A lot of what happened as I smoothed things out, as I added the subdivision level, is that it lost some of the structure and needs to, well, I mean, it didn't really have much structure to begin with anyway. So a lot of what I'm trying to do is kind of give it more anatomical form and structure. Ian's talking about standing desk. We were talking about that a couple weeks ago. I gotta talk to these guys sometime about standing desk stuff. Nice. Oh. That's great. That's great. I love the way that they're able to go ahead and, well, I mean, the anatomy's looking great. It's looking fun, especially for the amount of time that they've had to spend on it so far. Um, just I'm looking at the general stream right now. I don't know who the artist is, but it's looking great, and he's like stopping a bomb, and it's like, yes. It's so nice. It's a great idea. Here we go. Add in a little bit of knuckle here in the middle because that knuckle is always like the most prominent one. And so one of the things that I want to do, mostly with the male hand, is I want to make sure that I'm getting some really good prominence to these tendons here on the back. Okay, I get some good variation there. Get a little bit more movement to the shape here. So Louis Tucci's out talking about like this little rocket bomb thing that you fill up with gunpowder, throw it up in the air, and it when it hits the ground, it makes a little pop. Man, Kareem, thanks for stopping by and saying hi. Hope you have a good night. Sleep well. Have sweet ZBrush dreams. Ah, nice. I was not expecting that right there. I'm going to go ahead and add an extra subdivision here because I feel like this will help me. Okay, this one that they're showing right now is pretty cool. Oh, that looks great. Here we go. Let's see if I can. See if we can get some real type anatomy kind of going in with the fingers here. Like when you bend up your fingers, you got this really cool kind of cool bit that kind of fits in here. And the finger, the flesh kind of folds up and bunches up on itself, and I want to not spend too much time on aspects of it that are maybe a little bit too that the camera won't see, right? So like for instance, I'm not going to worry about detailing out this part of the finger or some of those sorts of things. But I am going to try to deal with some of these things up here, making sure that I'm getting some decent forms. It's kind of working. Now we know why Louis was looking. That's funny. Yeah, Prashan! Prashan's on the screen, everybody. It's not strong enough. There we go. Way to go, Prashant. So they're marveling right now that Prashant isn't using any kind of UI. Oh, he just turned the UI on. No Tom and Jerry. bit too crazy with some of that. The form's coming off too much. And some of this, I need to kind of pull in a little bit more. I want to try with the clay brush. There we go. I'm liking that. Yeah, this is like the most realistic type of thing I've tried to sculpt in years. So it's like, so it's really funny to go through and try to do something like this, and then to have it actually work out. Mm. Yeah, I'm gonna grab. I'm gonna grab this and kind of. It's Rockefeller. It's really funny to hear them go through and try to guess like which zone, which environment is being used for each of the pieces. Um, okay, so the male hand feels like it's pretty much there. Um, have almost a little over an hour left, and I'm going to set a timer now. Hey Siri, set a timer for 55 minutes.
55 minutes. Counting down.
Okay. Okay. So now the hope would be that in 55 minutes, so that I have 15 minutes to go through, make sure that my scene is exported over into the scene. Okay. And then I can go ahead and I can make any final tweaks, make sure the scale is working, things like that. Kind of want to eat the apple, but I don't want to eat the apple while I'm streaming because then it's all crunchy, crunchy. Okay, let's go. Let's. Hmm. It's right here. I've got a lot of like anatomy things happening with the. In fact, let's try using that clay brush and just kind of. Well, that's too much. It's too big. Let's smooth it out some. I'll have to build back the knuckles because I feel like I need to get a little bit more of like a separation down in here. Geek out moment about meeting Grassetti. He is awesome. I really like Raphael. In fact, he's well, I mean, it's funny that they're going through and talking about like, oh, I got to meet him. He came and scooped it at the booth. It's like he's a really chill guy. He's super talented. He's super kind. He's a lot of fun. He's somebody that I feel like I would like to be more friends with because I feel like he's he just enjoys being a person, um, but that he has his interests outside of his art and he has his just things that he enjoys doing. I mean, he still loves talking shop and being involved in the community and things like that, but he's also he likes to go to other places that aren't necessarily like art related and just hang out. He's a normal person. It's just I like normal people. One of the things I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get some subtle forms, some subtle plane changes, and I think I might try to go back and do a little bit of this on the man hand too. But I wanna make sure that I'm careful, especially with the woman's hand, because I don't want to make the planes distract and make it feel too masculine. Wow. Let's try to get some like interesting plane change things happening with that thumb. But I want to try to make sure that I'm not, I guess like I said already, you know, not overstated, especially with the woman's hand. And I think that, I mean, it's interesting because I don't feel like either hand feels particularly masculine or feminine unless you are to like look at it from all sorts of different angles. Wow, that's impressive. The piece that they're looking at right now, it's pretty stellar. I'm gonna try to see if I can do something here. I'm kind of interested to see what this would look like. I'm trying to decide what I like best. If I want to keep it kind of because like this creates this sense of unity. This looks really pretty decent. I would just have to go through and kind of resculpt some of this bit of this hand. Um, that's kind of funny. Wait, this is Ara? Ara's doing something that's not mechanical? Is that right? Is that Ara? Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. So I really quite like this. I like where this is at. I feel like it's got some real um I feel like it just feels better compositionally because it allows us to see the apple better. So I think what I might try to do is work on these pieces here. Maybe take out some of this knuckle, make us feel a little bit more feminine in shape. Hmm. So yeah, I'm still trying to go through and just kind of just trying to take what I have, thin it out so that it feels more feminine, and that's working. That's working really really nicely actually. These fingers right here, it's not going to work as well taking it and just kind of scaling it unit like bidirectionally like I was doing just a second ago. Um, this is something that I'm going to have to go through and control a little bit more. But I'm going to kind of turn those fingers in a little bit more, especially this end one, because I feel like this will help to get me a little bit more of a little bit more of the feel of the change in the closing of the fingers themselves. A little bit more of a natural sort of pose. Oops.
looks like a dragon's head.
Oh, it totally, yeah.
It's a very God of War vibe right now too.
It almost looks like it's a pillar with a dragon head.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Really intrigued to see where this going.
A finger torture. That can go in a lot of places, a lot of the environments.
That's very cool. I'm thinking Ellis Island as well for this piece because there's a lot of.
Okay, I'm liking this. I think this is working for me.
That's where I'm going.
Oh, there's a battle up front in the mouth.
Yeah, and I'm thinking strength. They're going with strength here.
Yeah, I can see that.
You know,
There's a battle.
Oh, man.
That's people within the mouth. It's like,
My goodness, I just noticed that. You're correct. You just noticed there's someone battling inside the mouth. So look at that. There's a battle in the mouth.
I'm thinking this person playing God of War joined the Sculpt-Off, which by the way is one of our guests coming up this week.
Yes, Dan Catcher tomorrow. Wait, there's two people battling inside the mouth, right?
Yes.
Two.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to eliminate indoor. I'm going to eliminate Florence.
Yeah.
I'm going to think again because of the size, the monument size. I'm going outdoor.
Yeah.
I'm liking your Ellis Island idea, for sure. But I could see that being pretty cool along a big building.
Yeah, for sure. So you think you're Rockefeller?
But I'm throwing a curveball at you.
Okay. Let's go through and add in a couple little accents for the anatomy in here.
It's gonna be awesome. I just love the storytelling that's happening here too. That's a big thing for me. If I can look at a statue,
Let's kind of get like a little bit of that edge in here.
Today's been kind of great. We got a lot of narrative in these pieces. It's really been a collection of wonderful stories being told. I've got sculpture. What do you got there? I got rich 3D on my screen here.
I'm gonna put that there.
Let's check it out. Wow, show him who he is. I like his little screen. He's got some. I see he's in our world. The 3D.
You know what? I almost feel like I kind of want to call it, and then I'll go ahead and start assembling my thing here. Geometry. Let's go ahead and say apply to this leaf, so that way we have thickness.
Right now he's just working out a piece. I'd like to also give a shout out to time. Just a time check for all of you. There's 45 minutes left.
oh yes.
45 minutes left.
Man, it is going by so fast.
Please remember, give yourself some time to make a post.
Yep.
The judges can't judge the streams. They gotta judge on the images. And we gotta have those images, so make sure you factor in that.
Make sure that's got enough thickness to it so that it feels like it could be sculpted from something. And then
Alright, I have a cool piece.
You got a cool piece?
Yeah, I really, yes. Yes. So this is at Rockefeller, and
Is it a broken egg, right?
broken egg. There's a person coming outside of it with what looks to be either a phoenix or a giant bird of sorts. Just go with the giant bird of sorts. So yes, super massive. This is tin. This is intense art.
okay, I gotta go through. Let's see the brush. Oh shoot! Let's go ahead and turn on that auto masking, the backface masking.
Like this kind of movement, Daniel Williams. It's
Go Danny.
Is this the Daniel Williams? No, it's not. It's not Bob Ross. Okay. No, it's not Bob Ross. But look at that movement. Look at everything that's going on.
Oh, I thought it was Danny Williams. I thought it was. What am I doing? Brush, clay. There we go. Okay, let's go ahead and change this back to what it was.
I would be there forever looking at that piece. There's so much to see what's happening.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of movement happening for
Yeah,
for sure.
Movement.
Yeah.
I got one here that continues to try to move. And it's,
That's super cool.
Yeah, that's got really the expression that is being put on it.
Yep.
We've been to the film. I remember the ZBrush hat.
Really pushing the forms there too and the proportions. I love that. Not afraid to just like
Out of nowhere,
pull
it's
it.
pretty, but
You're right about that, Ian, what you said, and at the same time as well, it's a little extension of that concept of what makes me think of every day.
Okay. It's kind of, look at that. I think that this is not quite getting enough definition down here. It's kind of like trying to find a good balance of what it is that we have and what we're missing. Trying to get like some of this. I'm going to say, let's grab this. We'll say curve, AccuCurve, and then we can kind of break this shape a little bit. Give it like a little bit more of like a leaf edge. Maybe. Too much crunch. Over there showcasing right now is Canadian, so it's kind of funny. This is going to need a little bit more work here on this part of the hand. it's kind of fun being able to go through and see some of the pieces that are going through. I think that's one of the fun things for me about this sort of competition is being able to see everybody else's creativity, because a lot of these people don't stream on a regular, or they don't stream at all, and they're not big name artists, and they don't work for big studios, and all sorts of things like that, right? And so it's really really cool to me because I get introduced to other artists that I wouldn't have seen or met otherwise, and it's a really cool experience. Um, wow. Wow. That one was cool though. Oh, don't disqualify that one, because that was got a half hour, so I'm gonna go ahead and get this over into the thing. That's too bad. So they just showed this really really cool piece that had a ton of really sweet, just beautiful detail. The way that it was thought out is like this figure of a woman, kind of like in this elegant sort of like airy um, sort of pose, and then her head was kind of evolving or like dissipating into like these flower petals that were floating off into the air, and it was gorgeous and beautiful. Details going into the base, all sorts of things. Really really neat. uh, I would be extremely disappointed if that one did not if that one was disqualified, because they just ended their stream. I mean, they finished the piece. They are done. I feel like it's extremely I feel like it's super unfortunate if they were to go through and say, "I'm sorry, but you're disqualified." It's like, "No. Don't disqualify that." Okay, cuz you can see like where my piece is being pasted into. I had an idea now. I want to come in here.
Instead of a great way to do it, you could easily just have a essentially air card you draw out, and then just micropoly it.
Do it. How about a really simple way? You take one of these cylinders and you have a hole in it, and like they've done here, you take like the sort of link, and then you duplicated the link over and over again. Yep. There's also that way. This is what I want you to do. Sorry, I cheated. Super simple.
There is the old school way. You can actually
Hit it again.
use Z-screws.
Yes, we can.
And then you can plug in the Z-screws and replace the actual chain Z-screws with chains or whatever you want. And for that matter, you can use the curve helper. Do your Z-screws first, turn it into a curve, click on it, and you have your chain.
We like it. We really like it. There's so many ways to get things inside of this.
I got one that I don't know if we've seen yet. Ryan,
Go for it. Let's shoot.
got another bird. We've got a lot of
Don't
birds.
chain my heart. Take me over.
A lot of birds. What's the word? I know the environment. I saw it. So I'll let you guys guess the word.
Oh, that was cool. Did you see what you just did?
What?
You're in love with it, and it looked like a really strange, interesting thing that just transpired there.
This is Ryan.
Ryan, how you doing out there, Ryan?
We're going with rebirth, and so
You know rebirth? You know rebirth?
bird.
I don't know why my voice just changed there.
Rebirth? Yeah, I associate birds and rebirth. The phoenix is very
Sure.
popular.
Or the stork giving the baby.
Yeah, exactly.
The
So,
stork giving the baby. That's where your head goes.
yeah.
Well, that's
And because it's so popular, I'm thinking Rockefeller.
Ryan's just having a good old day over there trying to laugh at us. Just thinking, you guys, what are you talking about?
Wait, what is happening?
Okay, what's the environment then?
We're Rockefeller.
Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
Go Rockefeller.
Grand Canyon. I'm calling it Grand Canyon.
Caught in the Grand Canyon.
Again, where's my sign?
That was a moment.
This is only day one. Get
Grace,
ready.
if you can hear me, I need another graphic to be done. Kangari just played it.
Says thank you to the sponsors, the Melbourne School of Visual Effects. There you go. Norman Workshop. Here's your graphic.
Hey, if you're all not being entertained, I'm being entertained. That's for sure. Over here, I know the people here.
Ryan's laughing himself to death. Look at him. He's got birds laughing inside the tube.
As well. So yeah.
Yeah, even the guy over here hasn't changed his face not once.
This hasn't changed very much. Actually, his brother, John.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful piece, Ryan. Keep it moving here.
Well, I wanted to go back.
What are you going back to?
Going back to Matt, he's doing that bird. We weren't quite sure. That was hard.
You got it?
So where it was going, but now it's really coming along. He's really
Just gonna add some like cool kind of sculpted
yes.
details in here. Because now that I'm seeing it in the space, I feel like I want to add a little bit of this as a way of being able to make... Oh, other direction. Just to kind of get this idea of kind of ridges.
Yeah, Karen, speaking of techniques, Karen's got a really interesting technique. Look at this. What do you got? Karen's using the, look at this. It looks like, just give this a second. Wow, talk about techniques. Here we are back again.
Oh, here's the one over here.
And the psychedelic.
This is it. We're back in Louis in at 9. I remember this one.
Yeah.
So you get that really
That is the outdoor Florence piece. As they
I like that. Looks like stone, you know. There's this wonderful.
I like the idea of all the color on the flower part.
Me too. There's psychedelic.
He keeps it really separated, but at the same time, it really brings a little bit of dynamic expression to the piece, which is nice.
That's very nice. Nicely done. I have a piece too that has, once again, some feathers. That seems to be a
that's
look at that. We have not seen this one.
That is lovely.
Oh wow, yeah.
This, again, we're still finding ones. Daniel,
Yeah.
okay, coming in here. Thanks, Daniel, for participating.
Daniel.
Daniel Carafa.
Even I don't know.
Daniel Carafa. Hopefully I am saying that correct. If not, I
Just blame me. Just blame me. I butchered it all
This
today.
is good. This is good. Look at the, you see the things flying through the air too?
Yeah, it's like I'm trying to go through and hurry this along because this is down to the wire. I got about 20 minutes until I want to have my post up on ZBrush Central.
Fall scene where the leaves are falling down.
I'm also going to guess, guys, I'm throwing an extra guess in here. They've actually turned their model vertical.
Yeah.
They're not even working.
Those are bullets, by the way. Those are all bullets. Those are all bullets.
Those are bullets. So we did see this one. We saw
the making of the bullet, and then you were making fun of them. They were caps. I said they were bullets.
I really made fun of you. Trying to remember the toy that you got.
Gunpowder.
Okay. How about this? So where's that going? Where's that going?
I'm thinking Florence Archway.
Let's say kind of something like this.
Yeah.
There you go. Remembrance.
That's working.
Well played, sir.
And it's like the woman's hand is so much more elegant, and I'm gonna try to give it a little bit more definition in here, just to give it, you know, something else, right? Something like that. I think that's working. So now let's go ahead and do something similar on the apple. I feel like it's too much. I put too much on the apple. I think what I'm going to do... No, let's not smooth it out. Let's pull it back. I'm going to try... Not many repeaters.
sure to give yourself the time you need to make it happen. You need to have that space to put it into the ZBrush Central form. Again, Oric, Matthew is there managing that.
It just went in the chat. The link where you got to post.
Thank you, Paul Gabriel, for putting that in there. That is
Good to know.
make that a priority. Let's see, we've got probably 5 minutes of sculpting. If my colleagues are giving thumbs up, yes, guys, 5 minutes of sculpting up, and then
Well, it depends. Some people are different, right? Yeah. Me, I probably would push it another 10 minutes easily for myself.
I mean, yeah,
I'd go another 10 minutes.
getting as much as you possibly can.
Yeah.
Down to the wire. They don't have to worry about rendering because it's in the scene. The rendering in the scene is already there.
Yeah. So that's the thing, is that, like, because the scene was already taken care of, all the render settings are already taken care of, I don't have to worry about anything other than just finishing up. It makes it really, really easy.
And you guys, Ian, how have you been so far? What is your highlight so far today?
It's so hard to tell because all the pieces are amazing. The talent that has come out for this competition is just phenomenal. So honestly, like just being here is my highlight. Witnessing all of this happen live is amazing.
He was on the other side of the screen last year, and
It was.
now he's here.
He was in the studio audience once, sitting on the floor.
Here, I'm going to go ahead and save this so that I've got the full scene. I've got everything working. And I've got to see too, now once this is done saving, I've got to make sure that my piece is kind of situated in here in a way that feels compositionally sound. Right now it's very kind of off center, and I don't feel good about that. So let's go ahead and say transpose set. I like this. This feels good. This feels good. Okay, I'm going to do a couple of things. Let's go ahead and say save again.
So you remember that dragon piece you were eating the so they used the proof of where things go. He's trolling us.
It's funny. Okay, I'm going to say with my...
They're asking how do you enter these? So there is a link that was dropped.
With this tool, I'm going to go ahead and say copy folder. We're going to go back to our file. I'm going to say Z plugin. We're going to say paste folder. This way, I have the nice new folder, and I can hide that. Take this, and now I've got my ZTL file that I can save out. And now that I have my ZTL and I have my ZPR file ready, I can come over here and start playing with my render. Okay, so we've got our view. I need to also go in here. This is the other thing I need to do. Was there a noise? I think there should be a noise on a lot of these. Okay, so if the window pops up, it's because it doesn't have an actual noise applied. So I'm just gonna try to keep coming along, applying noises as is needed. Okay, that one didn't have one. Boom. Okay, so these things right here, I kind of want to give it the same material as the marble walls around it. I feel like that might look good, especially since the cove, the alcove right here is really kind of, it's a darker color. I feel like that might stick out nicely. So I'm going to say, let's grab that color. Let's grab that material. Make sure this is the right material. Okay. MRGB, color, fill object. Let's open this up. Just going down and making sure that all of my sculpt pieces have that same color and material set in.
Post as they're going through. They're sharing a webcam that they're posting.
I'm watching Dan Craig here. He's making some cloth BM.
Okay, now the other thing that I want to do, I'm just going to select one of these other pieces here that has the noise applied to it. I'm going to come down here to surface. I'm going to say edit. I'm going to say copy. Okay. Hold on. All right. I hate getting all the sirens. It annoys me. So surface, I'm going to say noise. I'm going to say paste. Okay, so there goes my timer. So now I'm getting to the point, 15 minutes left. This is where we're down to the wire. I'm right on schedule. This is right where I want to be for this part of the competition. So I've got that noise. I'm going to go ahead. I have it pasted. Say okay. So now I've got that noise applied to my apple. I'm just going to keep going down. Noise, paste, okay. Go down. Should be my apple stem, or my, what's that called? The leaf. Hit okay. I don't know what we're on now, but, you know, okay, so one of the hands. Say paste. Say okay. Noise, paste, okay. Okay, so this is odd. I'm not entirely sure what is going on, that I'm not getting quite the effect. So it says that there's a noise plug. Okay, noise plug's there. It should be just fine. I'm not sure exactly what's causing the weird, like it doesn't feel like it's getting the same blotchiness, but we'll take it. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. Let's go ahead, let's go back to our scene. I'm going to say file scene, save as. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Did I see something that said Korean? Oh no, I saw, okay, so I was seeing a mixture of a whole bunch of things. I was seeing all the K's from all the usernames in there. In the chat, there was Kareem, and then there was Cookie Dealer. By the way, thanks sis for coming and hanging out. It's fun. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's take this now and render. I mean, the resolution, I have that set down a little bit so that it looks nice and doesn't slow down my render too bad. And let's see what we get. It should take probably a good couple of minutes. It's got a lot more to think about right now. It's got a lot more a lot more geometry to think about. We're over 1 million polygons now, whereas before it was something like 64,000. It was really light. It's getting really close, but it is definitely taking a long time. One of the things that I find to be really helpful is that I have certain hotkeys set. So for instance, once this is done rendering, I can just go ahead and hit Control-Shift-E, which is what I have set to be able to export the document. Almost there, almost there. I am so excited to see this. Like, oh, you have no idea. Yeah, there we go. You see, 2022 Sculpt-Off Steven Anderson _01. Hit OK. Gonna go ahead and go to the next one. I just hit my right arrow key, and now it's gonna go over to my next frame. Yeah, super nice. So yeah, I love setting up hotkeys, and I love, but I also love having the UI very basic, the very generic original UI, because one of the things that happens is that since I teach classes, you know, that feels like it's a different material, and I don't know that I like it. I don't know. I'll leave it. I'll let it be. But yeah, I feel like since I teach classes and I stream, it makes it so that anytime somebody else is seeing my screen, they don't have to worry about like, oh, I don't know where that is, because in your UI it's like here, but it's not there on my screen, you know. It just makes it easy. I'm going to eat the apple. There's number 2. Hit that right arrow key. We're on to the next one. Way to go, George. You can see George Crulo going through and like zooming on his sculpt, and it's looking great. But yeah, you can definitely tell like he's like down to the wire, like super pumping it. Killing it, dude. Way to go. Now you eat the apple. Yep. Yep. I ate the apple. It's kind of like a tease, like where I felt like I was leaving it as a reward for after the fact. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and grab my YouTube link. So this way, I should have give myself a like. This way I can go ahead and I can find, add it to my document and things like that. I don't know, all sorts of things. Way go, Tony.
Guys, I can't believe that it has been 3 hours and 55 minutes. You know, we got only seconds away here with 4 minutes down the wire. 3 minutes 50. We've got the countdown coming up soon, and we end with the final ringing of the bell for the 2022 ZBrush Sculpt-OFF. Again, this is number.
I've got to get this finished. I mean, this is as good as I'm going to get with these renders. Oh, I didn't realize AC worked on that. That's amazing. Okay, perfect. I found the one where I've got to make the posting. Do I have to go all the way down to the bottom? Is that... Oh my goodness, I can't find the reply button. Damn. Where is reply? Oh, I'm not logged in. That's why. Good grief. It's like, why won't it let me? There's always a reply button. Why is there no reply button? It's going so insanely slow, and I am frustrated that it's going so slow. Let's see if I can stop my
Getting that final render in, you can see that on the bar at the top just ticking away. Really, there it goes. So post it. Post is that.
Yeah, the most fun I've had in a long time after the JS. Thanks so much again for. What do you mean? Last week was a great time.
Yes! Yes! It's in. Okay. Good job, everybody. Good job.
It is the last minute, everybody. Get that post up.
But I just want to say thanks for the fun time, Paul Deirdre. As always, you were enigmatic and you were energetic. And
Oh no! All the refreshing. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up. I'll pull up my own ZBrush here. Yeah, guys, it's all it's all done. Yeah, let's go ahead. I'll just let it render, and I'll let it sit while it finishes out.
Well done, everybody.
Amazing to just see what everybody's brought to the table. Can't wait to go through all these images and see what you posted. Thank you all who have competed. It's just super amazing. So
Well said, Ian. Paul, any last words before I take it and send us home?
Well, we got to also look at I want to look at some of the submissions before we get into it.
Look at some of the submissions.
But I also like to take a moment to thank our platinum sponsors that we have here today.
Platinum sponsors. Okay, I'm going to go back here. Way to go, George. Attaboy, Georgie. My favorite piece that I've seen so far, though, is that one that finished like super early. The one that they were talking about would be like disqualified for not being. That was fun. For not streaming the entire time. There's some really interesting ones. That's funny. Lots and lots and lots of really cool pieces here. There we go. See, I thought about doing something with like motherhood. Oh, that's funny. That's amazing. The one that they're looking at right now. Not the one that I'm looking at, because that's not the same one. I wish I was looking at the same one they were looking at. If I find it, I'll like stop on it, because it's really, really cool. This one's really cool. This is one that they highlighted quite a bit. It was fun. This one's pretty neat. I'll like that one. That one's neat. Strength. Oh, that's something I didn't do. Is I didn't write anything in my they're gonna think that I need to edit my piece. I need to edit my thing to say unity because I talked about love, but I didn't talk about unity. You see, we can get back down here to where my piece is. Well, shucks. I don't know. I probably won't win anyway. But I figured that little bit was important. Having that word in there. YouTube link, Twitch link. So yeah, should be groovy. Way to go, Georgie. It's kind of fun. I like that. That one's crazy. Whoever did that one is just crazy. So crazy. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one that I was looking at. And I was like, I love this one. It's such a cool idea, and I love the way that, like, super simple, but it, you know, some of these elements that are coming in here are very ornate and very beautiful, but they're very simply applied, and it's really, really neat to go through and see this. It has some really cool elements to it, and I feel like it was really nicely done. Here's that TV one that they were talking about. Right, this is the one that they were talking about. That was super cool. I mean, I gotta like this one because this is super neat. Yeah, I love this. I wish that the hair was a little bit different. I don't feel like the hair is quite as nice as the rest of the sculpt. The women's bodies are beautiful. They're really nicely well done. The wings are really neat. In fact, let's click on this so we can see it a little better. Wings are really neat. I love this this use of verticality and this circle kind of going around. That's really beautiful. Super cool. This is fun. Wasn't my favorite. That one's interesting. I have no idea what that's supposed to be.
I had a great time. Thank you, everybody. You know, it was made this possible.
No idea what that is. This one's kind of neat. It's an interesting idea. I thought about doing something with a tree. This one's got some interesting. I'm curious. I wish that I knew a little bit more about what their thoughts are when they're looking at unity in creating this piece. It doesn't quite read to me, so it's something that I'd be interested in knowing a little bit more on. Strength, probably, right? Bravery. This is lovely. This is a great idea. The police shields down here in the base. That's interesting. I like that one. This one's really cool. I really like the use of the sphere. That's really nice. Okay, we can turn off the stream now. All right. Yeah, there's some really cool ones. This one's interesting. It's not my favorite, but it's interesting. I wish that they had gone through and used a little, like, had a render of more of the environment. This is kind of fun, but it's off balance, so it reads kind of hard to me. But oh, that's interesting. Going through and having it step off of the top of the base. That's cool. There we go. This is one that they were talking about too earlier. I really like this one. I think it's super fun. It was nicely done how they're able to go ahead and create this moss effect without, you know, adding too much. Having to do too much. Oh, yeah, sorry sis. The word that I chose was unity. This is beautiful. I love that. And then we're getting pretty close down to where mine's at. This one is really cool. They're talking about the cloth on that one quite a bit. This one's interesting. It definitely feels like something that you would see in New York. Way to go, Prashan. It's kind of interesting. I like this one. This is one that I enjoyed. And the way that it's like the dudes stopping the bomb sort of thing, you know, it's fun. Freedom and strength. Oh yeah, this one was super cool. I liked this one. I like that it breaks the frame too. That's really cool. Cutting it close. Cutting it real close. Really cool. I like that one. This one I don't understand. Honor? Okay. This is kind of fun. Brave. I kind of wish that the teeth on the monster were bigger. But the anatomy on the dude right here is super, super cool. That's really tough to get done in that time. What is this, Zen? Don't know. This one is cool though. Yeah, lots of interesting things. Lots and lots of things that kind of came through. I'm not entirely sure. I love this one. I think this one ought to hopefully win something good because this is amazing. This is a great balance of organic and hard surface. I really like how they were able to get this really cool kind of patinaed bronze sort of look, or copper. Really, really neat. I really like how this one turned out. This is probably one of my favorites. I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's certainly one of my favorites. Yeah, some of these are really kind of cool. I wish that I knew a little bit more about their thoughts about what it is that they're trying to this is Cameron's, so his is going to be a little bit more figurative and symbolic. Not sure exactly what it's. It's cool. Yeah, there are a lot of really interesting thoughts. The heart inside of the head. Oh, this is Layla's from. She was one of the winners from last year. We're almost down to mine again, and I'll just kind of wrap up with mine on the screen. There we go. Something like that. We'll stop on that. Hey, Midnight, how you doing? All right. So yeah, anyway, it was fun. It was a good time. We'll call it good from there. Hopefully you guys had a good time watching the summit, the Sculpt-Off, and being able to see some of the work from other artists going around. This was definitely kind of a stretch for me. I mean, it was 3 hours to be able to to create something that's final, and having it so that it was something more realistic than what I usually do. It was definitely it was difficult. It was something different, right? I'm always doing something that's very stylized. I'm always doing stylized work. So branching out and doing something new and different. That's kind of what these challenges are about for me, is trying to do something new and different. So I don't know. Hopefully if you guys got a chance to be able to play along, then great. Hopefully you guys were able to learn and have fun. I had a good time too. So thanks for stopping by, for the support. It's great. I appreciate you guys. I'm probably going to try to start streaming on my personal stream more regularly. But yeah, that's where we left off. Gosh, the next couple of days will be full of some really neat presentations from everybody. Places such as like Sideshow Collectibles, or Sony Santa Monica, or I'm trying to think of some of the other ones that I remember seeing in the lineup. There are some really big name places and some really inspirational work that'll be shown, inspirational people that'll be presenting. So definitely be sure to check in on the ZBrush. On ZBrush Central for things like scheduling, or the Summit website. In fact, let me grab that website and drop it in here so that we can. I didn't want this. I did want ZBrush Central. Let's come back to the main ZBrush Central page. So yeah, you can just check out here. This will be a really easy way to be able to connect. There's the event schedule if you click in on here, and lots of things happening in the ZBrush Summit. That'll be really fun if it loads up. It might decide to load up at some point. Maybe. There we go. Presentations. Here we go. So the Sculpt-Off, which we just had. Dentistry. Okay. Design skeletons for the dragon prior to the shaped figure. Okay, so talking about dragons, that's pretty cool. Sideshow Collectibles. These guys are all pretty big name sculptors. Some really. Oh, Matt Black. He's an awesome. He. I didn't know he was a Sideshow. Maybe it's just that he does Sideshow on the side. But he also does, it seems like he does art direction at some game studio. I can't remember which one though. Steve Lord, he's a big name in the collectibles industry. Bungie is a video game studio up in Washington. Love, Death, and Robots. Damien Kenderly is really good. He's the one that invented Damn Standard, so we all owe Damn Standard to this guy. Tuesday will be good. Let me see. I actually don't recognize Ran. But it looks like he did stuff for Blizzard. He also did stuff Love, Death, and Robots for Blur, Hellboy, all sorts of really cool big stuff. God of War, this will be a big one. So Angela Rico, she is awesome. I got to meet Dela at Lightbox. Raf Grassetti, he's so really good group. This will be a really cool one to tune into. Looks like Tuesday. And let me see. Oh, Chaos Masons. These guys are good. Marco Plouffe, he's really good. Ara. Got some Pixar love over here with Caleb Rice. He's amazing. He is so good. I worked with him when I was at DreamWorks. Really good guy. Let's see what else. Wednesday, from ZBrush to Bronze. This will be a cool one to watch. I want to watch this one because, quite honestly, I'd love to be able to. It's like Paul was talking about during the thing earlier. He's like, we always talk about, like, every time I create something, it's just like, yeah, I want to bronze that. It's like, well, I'll do it. These guys actually do it, so it's really kind of cool. Creatures from sketch to screen. This could be pretty fun. Framestore does a lot of stuff for big studios, so that'll be fun. You can see like Fantastic Beasts, Secrets of Dumbledore, Suicide Squad, Moon Knight, Flora and Ulysses. Lots of really cool stuff. Raphael Phillips, okay. Sea Beast. This one will be really good if you're into stylized stuff. So Charles and Leticia are people that I worked with at DreamWorks. Leticia is now a modeling supervisor, character modeling supervisor at Walt Disney Animation. Charles, I actually don't remember the name of the place that Charles is at now, but they're both super good. Thanks, Vertex. It's super nice of you. And then we have the rest of the stuff there next week. So it's fun. I had fun. It's great. Thank you guys so much for coming and saying hi and being so supportive. It's always nice having people around. I feel like that's where live streaming is the most fun, is when people are here and interact and chat. It's just fun. It becomes much more of a I don't know, much more of a recreational activity than it does if you're just doing it by yourself and kind of talking to the wind, right? This is kind of fun. I like knowing that there are people there. It's fun being able to chat and chat back and things like that. So thanks for coming. Hope you guys had fun. And I'm not sure when the next time I'll stream on my personal channel is. I believe I'll be streaming on ZBrush Live next week. I didn't stream yesterday because of the ZBrush Summit, and they're wanting to go through and like test certain things for the summit, which we saw turned out super cool. So I guess we'll see you next time we see you. Have fun, and I'll see you around. SMAARTIST out.